Bonjour à tous, bonjour à toutes et bienvenue dans cette Wikimania Virtual Room. Bonjour. Merci, merci à vous qui nous suivez, qui nous écoutez ce matin à l'occasion de cette morning session organisée en collaboration avec Wikimania Africa. Avant toute chose, on aimerait vous présenter nos plus sincères excuses pour le rendez-vous manqué d'hier. Vous nous attendiez ici en live, mais à partir d'aujourd'hui, nous sommes en live et ce sera ainsi jusqu'à samedi prochain avec différentes thématiques telles qu'elles vous ont été annoncées et donc nous vous attendons nombreux. Nous n'en avons pas pour longtemps, mais nous avons tenu à démarrer cette session avec vous. Nous avons tenu à démarrer chaque matin avec vous. Et aujourd'hui, nous parlons de gender gap ou de gap de genre. Comme vous le savez, sur les projets Wiki, il y en a beaucoup, mais il y a également beaucoup de projets qui visent à combler ces gaps-là. Il y a beaucoup de chiffres qui ont été annoncés à l'occasion du Wiki Women Summit qui a démarré lors des pré-conférences de cette Wikimania 2026 à Paris. Mais il y a également beaucoup de chiffres qui seront présentés. Et heureusement, pour en parler, nous avons ici 3 dames en charge de différentes activités, différents projets qui veillent à combler ce gap. Nous avons premièrement Dominique Eliane, qui est ambassadrice Art and Feminism et Wikimousso en Côte d'Ivoire. Elle a également été pendant un certain nombre d'années présidente de Wikifranca. Nous avons également Minette Lantier, qui est wikimédienne au Cameroun, qui a été et qui est toujours ambassadrice de Wikilove Women et qui continue à participer, à contribuer sur plusieurs projets. Et enfin, nous avons Natacha Raoult. Elle est présidente de l'association Les 100 pages qui mène, vous le savez certainement, plusieurs activités et projets dont l'un des plus phares est la quinzaine des autrices francophones qui se déroule chaque mois de mars. Alors, peut-être pour mettre les pieds dans le plat, comme vous le savez, ces morning briefings visent à combler le fossé qu'il y a entre les participants de la Wikimania présents ici à Paris et ceux qui ne peuvent pas être là. Donc, je vais commencer par Minette en lui demandant, pour vous qui êtes là depuis le premier jour et bien avant et même en tant que volontaire, quel a été pour vous le moment fort personnel qui a été le plus fort pour vous jusqu'à présent?
Ok, pour moi, je pense que ça a été le sommet, Wiki Women Summit. Donc, c'était en pré-conférence et c'était toute une journée. Donc, ça fait que ça a été déjà l'une des sessions les plus longues. C'était le Wiki Women Summit, c'est cette conférence des femmes qui fait partie déjà depuis les 3 dernières éditions du programme de la Wikimania, voilà. Donc, c'était super intéressant parce que on n'était que des femmes, essentiellement des femmes. Women Plus, oui, on était essentiellement des femmes. Et ça portait les différentes séances, que ce soit les conférences, les lightning talks. C'était essentiellement des thématiques liées à la participation des femmes, les femmes dans les espaces de discussion, les outils. On a également découvert des outils super intéressants sur comment est-ce qu'on traque les gender gaps pour la représentativité des femmes, notamment les biographies dans les différents projets, que ce soit Wikipédia, Wikidata et Wikicode. Donc vraiment, c'était ça, vraiment Wiki Women Summit, pardon. C'était vraiment pour moi la session qui a été la plus intéressante parce que pendant toute une journée, on ne parlait que de gender gap, on ne parlait que de problèmes que nous on rencontre, de projets réalisés dans d'autres pays, mais qui sont toujours autour de comment est-ce qu'on promeut l'égalité sur Wiki, comment est-ce qu'on donne vraiment la place aux contributrices féminines dans le mouvement.
Alors, on va en parler en profondeur pendant les 28 prochaines minutes parce que nous en avons déjà grignoté 2. Mais avant cela, je voudrais demander à Dominique Eliane, qui s'appelle également Yassild sur Wiki, si vous aviez un message pour celles et ceux qui ne sont pas là, quel serait-il pour vous qui avez démarré depuis 3 jours déjà?
Un message pour toutes les personnes qui ne sont pas là. J'ai pas envie de dire que vous ratez parce que là nous sommes ensemble, nous sommes en train d'échanger, donc vous ne ratez pas grand chose en présentiel puisque vous avez toutes les sessions qui vous sont diffusées en ligne, que vous pouvez également suivre si vous êtes inscrit bien sûr. Mais l'ambiance est bon enfant ici et les conférences commencent à s'accentuer, les ateliers commencent à s'accentuer. Et hier, c'était une journée vraiment axée sur les nouvelles révolutions que nous voyons aujourd'hui, notamment l'avènement de tout ce qui est intelligence artificielle et tout ça. C'est vraiment un défi pour notre communauté aujourd'hui. Et c'est des sujets à aborder. Donc, tout s'est vraiment bien déroulé hier. Les retours retrouvailles, les personnes qui se rencontrent dans les couloirs. Et ça fait 2 ans, ça fait 1 an. Vraiment, c'était assez intéressant. Ouais. Donc, suivez-nous en ligne et puis voilà, vous allez vivre aussi ces moments magiques-là.
Alors, merci beaucoup Dominique. Avec Natacha, on attaque, on met les pieds dans le plat sur les questions du gender gap. Et la question que j'ai envie de vous poser au regard de la multiplicité des projets que vous portez, de votre point de vue, l'écart entre les genres se manifeste à la fois dans la composition des contributeurs, mais également dans les récits qui sont racontés. Où est-ce qu'on fait, pour votre observation, à partir de votre association, quels sont les points sur lesquels il y a de réels progrès jusqu'ici?
Alors on a des progrès sur les pourcentages, puisqu'on est passé par exemple sur la francophone de 16% en 2016 à 20,5% aujourd'hui. Par contre, les progrès en termes de pourcentage sont très lents, parce que plus on avance, plus il faut encore plus de biographies. Par contre, on a toujours très peu de contributrices, très peu d'administratrices. Donc il faudrait former à la contribution vers les contenus, aussi former pour avoir des cadres dans le mouvement, plus de femmes, des compétences de gestion administrative et financière pour leur permettre de prendre leur envol. Et ensuite, nous avons lancé, comme Minette l'évoquait, pour l'anniversaire des 100 pages, nos 10 ans, le Wiki Gender Stat, parce que ça fait des années qu'on attend que des Nélèzes reviennent avec la possibilité de voir quels sont les écarts de genre par profession. Donc ça, c'est revenu, ça s'appelle Wiki Gender Stat, vous le trouvez en ligne sur Google, et ça vous permet de voir effectivement plus finement quelles professions il manque. Donc il nous manque beaucoup de professions religieuses, des professions militaires, en général tous les postes qui impliquent du pouvoir. Ça, il nous en manque. On a moins d'1% de biographies de femmes sur ces questions-là. Et au contraire, pour les modèles, mannequins, et ben là, on a un gender gap inversé. Il nous faudrait des hommes, infirmières, voilà, parce que ce sont des majorités de femmes. Ce qui nous permet, avec ces outils, d'orienter nos contributions. Et il manque aussi toujours beaucoup de femmes africaines. Donc on essaye vraiment de travailler là-dessus et là on a un manque de sources et évidemment il faudrait pouvoir à un moment donné intégrer les sources orales et toutes les traditions, mais là ça demande aussi une coopération entre femmes du mouvement, voilà, pour arriver à ces choses-là. J'ai aussi peur que avec le focus qui est mis sur les dangers de l'IA, la baisse du lectorat, on oublie les questions de genre. Et je crois qu'il est encore plus fort que jamais. Il faut qu'on s'affirme et qu'on dise c'est important de représenter plus de 50% de la population. Et j'espère avoir beaucoup de femmes l'année prochaine qui s'investissent dans la préparation du Wikimania Summit pour porter ces aspects.
En tout cas, c'est une ambition qui est louable et il me semble que les participants à la Wikimania cette année, ils travaillent pour toutes les personnes qui viennent de différents pays. Mais Minette, de votre point de vue, où est-ce que nous sommes bloqués aujourd'hui pour ce qui concerne l'embodiment des contributeurs? Qu'est-ce qui coince? Qu'est-ce qu'il faudrait faire de votre expérience?
Bon, quand on parle de gender gap, l'Afrique, Natacha l'a assez bien dit, on est encore, les écarts pour nous, c'est encore plus important que pour le reste du monde. Pour moi, pour moi, ce qui bloque, je pense que c'est dans le recrutement. Déjà, il y a le recrutement et la rétention. Je ne vais pas revenir sur tous les causes, les facteurs socioculturels qui font que naturellement, on a toujours moins de femmes, même dans des ateliers, dans les hésitatons. Donc, il y a déjà ce côté, cet aspect socioculturel qui font que les femmes sont toujours... et même les jeunes filles à la maison, c'est plus difficile de les avoir le week-end parce que c'est généralement le jour, même quand elles sont étudiantes et qu'elles travaillent, c'est le jour où elles doivent être à la maison, s'occuper des enfants, faire la cuisine, le marché pour la semaine. Donc, il y a cet aspect socioculturel qui fait que c'est difficile d'avoir plus de contributrices. On a des initiatives, comme avec Wiki Loves Women, on a fait des ateliers spécifiques pour les femmes. Au Cameroun, donc il y a ce côté, il faut lutter, il y a beaucoup plus de difficultés, c'est beaucoup plus difficile d'on-board et de retenir une femme en tant que contributrice dans le mouvement qu'un homme. Maintenant, au niveau même du type de contenu, un problème clé, et Natacha l'a également mentionné, c'est l'accès aux sources. Aujourd'hui, on a déjà le gap est immense, ça fait qu'on a des to-do list, on a des red list, on va dire, on a des liens rouges, on a toute une liste de sujets de femmes qui, par des critères de notoriété, sont admissibles sur Wikipédia et par défaut sur les autres projets Wikimedia, mais il n'y a pas de source. Il n'y a pas de source, du moins pas accessible. Donc, on a parfois des sources et des journaux, mais qui sont papier. On n'a pas d'accès aux versions numériques. Du coup, nous, en tant que Wikimédiens, parfois, on a des listes de 50, 200 femmes. On s'est dit, OK, il faut qu'on essaie de faire des biographies, mais quand on va sur des moteurs de recherche, on ne trouve pas du contenu. Du coup, on a ce problème. Il n'y a pas d'articles sur les femmes. Il y a des femmes notables qui sont présentes dans des sphères publiques, mais comment est-ce qu'on crée des articles sur elles si on n'a pas suffisamment de sources, ni accès à des sources qui existent? Parce qu'il y a d'abord le côté existence de ces sources-là. Est-ce que ces sources existent? Est-ce que les médias locaux, nos médias locaux, est-ce qu'ils font suffisamment de biographies de femmes, de portraits des femmes dans les médias? Est-ce que la presse comprend l'importance à leur niveau déjà, d'adresser ces questions de gender gap? Parce que les femmes en général dans l'espace public, ça c'est un autre débat, elles sont généralement plus timides, elles sont moins avenantes à aller vers la presse, faire leur promotion. Du coup, il y a toujours plus de couverture sur les sujets masculins, les députés, les maires, qui sont toujours beaucoup plus mis en avant parce qu'eux, ils sont plus extrovertis, ils sont plus présents. Mais après, comment est-ce qu'on nous, du coup, on travaille, comment est-ce qu'on arrive déjà à combler le gap au niveau de la disponibilité des sources? Parce que je pense que plus il y aura de sources sur les femmes, plus ce sera facile plus facile d'écrire des articles sur les femmes. Et après, pour la question de l'onboardment, du recrutement et de la rétention, je pense que c'est important de travailler vraiment sur comment est-ce qu'on fait avec les aspects socioculturels, comment on s'occupe de la garde des enfants pour que les femmes, même si elles ont des bébés en bas âge, des enfants en bas âge, et plus les ramener en atelier, il y a quelqu'un pour les garder, comment on adapte les horaires, etc. Donc je pense qu'il y a aussi ces aspects-là à regarder pour adresser durablement le problème de gender gap en Afrique.
Alors moi, je me sers de cela, de ce qui se passe dans la réalité de l'expérience de Minette, pour poser la question en Côte d'Ivoire. Pour vous qui y êtes et pour les projets que vous menez, Dominique, quelles sont les mesures que vous avez implémentées de façon pratique, hein? Qu'est-ce que vous implémentez pour permettre qu'il y ait davantage de femmes en termes de contribution? Quelles sont vos astuces pour que ça fonctionne?
Alors, au niveau de la Côte d'Ivoire, déjà, l'idée de départ, c'était d'intéresser davantage les femmes à l'ensemble des activités déjà de la communauté, parce que comme Minette l'a évoqué, les femmes, c'est beaucoup de défis dans la vie quotidienne. Donc, se lever comme ça un samedi pour venir à un atelier, c'est parfois un peu compliqué. Donc, sachant qu'en semaine, tout le monde va au travail et donc c'est encore plus compliqué. Mais ce que nous avons fait, c'était dans un premier temps de les encourager à participer à l'ensemble des activités. Et puis, deuxième chose, on a essayé de démultiplier pas toutes, mais certaines actions du mouvement global qui se font avec les femmes dans le mouvement global. On essaie de les rendre, ces actions-là, les rendre locales, notamment le Wiki Women Lunch, pendant nos petites rencontres, comment est-ce qu'on les met ensemble pour discuter les aspects qui concernent les femmes et tout ça. Et puis derrière aussi, sur le volet externe, nous avons travaillé à tisser des partenariats avec d'autres organisations de femmes qui ne sont pas forcément wikimédiennes, notamment avec un groupe de femmes qui s'appelle les femmes qui lisent. Donc c'est un groupe de femmes qui fait de la lecture annuelle, donc 12 livres sur un an, un livre par an. Donc avec ces femmes-là, on a tissé un partenariat et on essaie de les intéresser davantage aux activités wiki, puisqu'elles aiment la lecture. On a commencé avec les activités de Wikicode et tout ça, et ça les passionne. Et donc, au fur et à mesure, elles ont commencé à intégrer la communauté et tout ça. Et je pense que derrière toutes ces actions-là, tout sera maintenant question de suivi. Comment est-ce qu'on les suit? Comment est-ce qu'on les encourage pour qu'elles puissent demeurer? Sur 15 qu'on avait recrutés au départ, je crois qu'il y a autour de 8 qui ont vraiment adhéré à la communauté, voilà, à la communauté Wikimedia. C'est encore un peu timide, mais on espère vraiment que les choses, la flamme s'embrase davantage et que ces femmes-là puissent demeurer.
Alors, Natacha, il y a un certain nombre de mythes qui semblent renforcer ces écarts, hein, ces différences-là. De votre point de vue, pour ce que nous partageons, elle parlait, Dominique, des femmes qu'elles essaient de recruter par la voie de la lecture, de la littérature. Nous savons que vous avez le projet La quinzaine des autrices francophones, qui est une traduction concrète de ce que vous voulez rassembler. Déjà les autrices, mais peut-être aussi celles qui lisent peuvent aider. Donc de votre point de vue, quels sont les mythes qu'on devrait abandonner pour pouvoir réduire durablement ces écarts-là?
Alors, il y a un certain nombre de mythes qui ont trait aux stéréotypes de genre, selon lesquels les femmes auraient perdu code, les femmes seraient moins douées en informatique, les femmes seraient plus timides. Certainement, elles sont sociabilisées comme ça. Et en leur offrant un environnement qui leur donne confiance, je pense qu'on arrive à un petit peu casser des blocages qui sont au départ des notions psychologiques construites. Et c'est pas parce que les femmes sont plus stupides ou moins douées, donc c'est qu'elles évoluent dans un environnement qui est plus agressif envers elles. Une femme qui va dire j'ai fait ci, j'ai fait ça, va être vue comme une femme orgueilleuse. Un homme qui fait la même chose, il va être vu comme un homme compétent. Donc encourager les femmes à prendre leur place, les femmes et les identités de genre non-binaires et trans, parce que le petit plus de woman c'est fait pour intégrer tout le monde, même les alliés. Et donc il y a un travail de convivialité à faire des événements conviviaux, essayer de diminuer un maximum tous les obstacles pour les femmes, par exemple offrir des solutions de garde comme Minette l'a évoqué, mais aussi tout simplement offrir à manger, un lieu convivial. C'est ce que les 100 pages on essaye de faire quand on fait des événements en France, en Suisse, qu'on organise, et on essaye de transmettre la flamme aux organisatrices ailleurs. C'est-à-dire ayez de bonnes choses à manger, comme ça tous les niveaux sociaux peuvent venir, et une femme qui n'a pas les moyens, elle peut aussi peut-être ramener à manger chez elle. Si elle ramène quelque chose de bon, ses enfants vont être contents, sa famille va dire waouh, c'est peut-être un bon plan finalement que de la laisser prendre du bon temps. Ensuite, il y a des manières pédagogiques de faire, c'est-à-dire qu'au lieu de tout de suite, on est directement les gens sur Wikipédia. Quand on a un PDF et qu'on fait une présentation, on est déjà en train de mettre quelque chose entre la future contributrice et le projet. Donc nous, la manière pédagogique qu'on fait, c'est directement sur la page de discussion dire bonjour. Et une fois qu'une femme a tapé le mot jour, on applaudit, on dit bravo, vous venez de faire votre première contribution, maintenant vous êtes wikipédienne. Voilà, vous l'êtes à titre entier. Et tout d'un coup, elles se disent, bah oui, c'est pas si compliqué que ça. Parce que ce qui est compliqué, comme vous le savez sur Wikipédia, c'est pas tellement l'environnement technique, c'est les gens. Voilà, c'est qui connaît qui arrive à expliquer, comment trouver l'information. Donc c'est un petit peu ces mythes-là qu'on essaye de détricoter au quotidien, et puis rendre visible le travail aussi, promouvoir. Là, c'est ce que je fais au niveau professionnel, parce que je suis directrice des 100 pages. On a une présidente qui est bénévole, qui est Anne-Laure Michel. Et donc, par exemple, le jeu franco-autriche, c'est pour dire merci à toutes les femmes qui ont participé. D'ailleurs, j'ai emmené un petit cadeau pour chacune d'entre vous. Vous partirez avec un jeu franco-autriche. Parce que c'est le résultat des travaux aussi des communautés africaines. Et donc, pour nous, c'était plus facile avec Wiki Loves Africa, Wiki in Africa, d'avoir les fonds pour le faire. Et c'est dire aux personnes, voilà, c'est le résultat de votre travail de 5 années de quinzaine des autrices francophones dans des pays divers et variés, le Cameroun, la Côte d'Ivoire, le Bénin, et j'en oublie certainement, le Sénégal, la RDC. Donc merci du fond du cœur à toutes ces femmes et ces alliés qui ont aidé.
Merci Natacha, vous évoquez ici un projet qui montre la qualité du contenu qui est créé par les communautés, pas seulement africaines, hein, mais toutes les communautés qui contribuent à réduire ce gap de genre. Il y a également la contrainte que Minette a soulevée tout à l'heure, celle de la disponibilité des sources, de l'accessibilité des sources. Mais il y a toujours le challenge du contenu qui reste malgré tout de votre point de vue. Comment est-ce qu'on peut, Minette, combler les lacunes en matière de contenu pour ce qui concerne les femmes et toutes les autres, les personnes des autres genres, sans que les articles créés ne soient supprimés ou bien disproportionnellement contestés, parce qu'on a observé dans la mise en œuvre de certains projets qui avaient, comme Natacha l'a dit, il y a des profils pour lesquels on ne trouve pas nécessairement de contenu sur les pages wiki, ou alors il n'y a pas assez de sources. De votre point de vue, de votre expérience, comment est-ce qu'on peut combler ces lacunes-là aujourd'hui?
Comment combler ces lacunes? Bon, la première chose, je voudrais dire que je vais commencer peut-être par une proposition. Pour moi, si on arrive à, je ne sais pas si je vais dire formaliser, mais bien encadrer les sources orales, je pense que ça peut être une voie à explorer pour permettre déjà de rendre une certaine partie des sources disponibles. Donc là, je vais regarder comment est-ce qu'on exploite les sources orales qui existent. Comment est-ce que, dans la qualité de l'accompagnement, parce que les articles supprimés, les nouveaux, il y en a aujourd'hui avec l'IA, tout le monde a... Les gens pensent plus ou moins que c'est facile d'écrire. Donc on a des personnes qui ne sont pas des Wikimédiens expérimentés, mais qui, parce qu'ils savent faire des prompts, se disent, ok, ils vont demander à leur LLM, fais-moi un article de type encyclopédique sur telle ou telle personne. Sauf que derrière, ils n'ont pas toujours tous les skills qu'il faut, et du coup, on se retrouve avec des articles de pas très bonne qualité, ou parfois avec des plagiats, ou avec du plagiat qui se retrouve rapidement supprimé. Donc, au niveau de la suppression, je dirais il faudrait un meilleur suivi. Il faudrait que déjà dans les formations, qu'on arrive à expliquer aux nouveaux jusqu'où ils peuvent utiliser l'IA. D'ailleurs, Dominique l'a mentionné, on a eu un atelier super intéressant hier, une session super intéressante sur ce qui est toléré, accepté en termes de contribution. Il y a des avis étaient différents, mais l'idée, c'est déjà de savoir qu'on ne peut pas tout faire avec l'IA. C'est important de savoir faire des choses soi-même, de savoir analyser des sources, de savoir pouvoir juger de la crédibilité d'une source, etc., avant de pouvoir l'utiliser sur un article Wikipédia. Parce qu'à la fin de la journée, que ce soit les patrouilleurs ou les administrateurs, leur finalité, c'est que Wikipédia reste crédible et de bonne qualité. Donc, la finalité n'est pas de frustrer forcément toujours les nouveaux, même si parfois on est très vite frustré par certains. Mais l'idée est que les articles soient d'une certaine qualité. Donc, au niveau de la suppression, c'est vraiment comment on améliore cela. Au niveau des sources, moi, je pense qu'au Cameroun, avec le projet Lumière sur les femmes, qui est un projet de Gender Gap qui vise à... Lumière sur les femmes camerounaises, qui vise à mettre en lumière les femmes camerounaises notoires, avec des prix à gagner, notamment des laptops, des tablettes. Il y a toujours des prix qui ont pour vocation après d'encourager la digitalisation, on va dire, doter les femmes des outils numériques pour encourager leur contribution. Donc avec ce projet, on avait déjà, dès la première édition, allié la presse, parce que si les journalistes sont conscients qu'il y a un problème au niveau de la manière qu'ils traitent les sujets, de la manière qu'ils couvrent les sujets sur les femmes, parce qu'il y a non seulement la quantité, mais également la qualité. Tout à l'heure, je parlais des sources, mais un autre problème qu'on a, c'est que les sujets sur les femmes, c'est les magazines People, elle n'était pas bien habillée hier, telle célébrité ou telle personnalité est de nouveau enceinte, elle a divorcé, on ne parle jamais de ce qu'elle fait, elle est députée, mais c'est le jour où il y a une nouvelle... Un scandale, mais parfois elle est enceinte en fait. C'est ça la nouvelle, du coup elle a la une des journaux parce qu'elle vient de donner naissance, elle est sur les réseaux sociaux, mais quand elle va faire une descente sur le terrain ou qu'elle va prendre position sur un sujet, on n'en parle pas, et les journalistes aussi parfois ne prennent pas la peine d'aller au fond des sujets, rencontrer, savoir où est-ce que vous avez fait vos études, qu'est-ce qui vous inspire, c'est quoi vos modèles. Parce qu'après, à la fin de la journée, quand on veut écrire des articles Wikipédia de qualité, on a besoin de savoir où elle a étudié. Des éléments biographiques, sauf que les articles sur les femmes, en général, pour la plupart du temps, ils sont très superflus. très superflu. Je pense qu'on a un exemple on a eu on a eu une influenceuse camerounaise elle était devenue chef d'entreprise, mais son article était proposé à la suppression. Pourtant, c'est la personnalité camerounaise la plus suivie sur les réseaux sociaux, mais il n'y avait pas de source, il n'y avait que des sources people. Elle s'est bien habillée, elle est bien sapée, rien, où est-ce qu'elle est née, qu'est-ce qu'elle a fait comme étude, aucune information de fond. C'était toujours des futilités et il y avait une cinquantaine de sources et rien qui disait où elle est née, où ses débuts, c'est qu'elle fait comme métier, son entreprise aujourd'hui, elle est entrepreneur, c'est qu'elle fait dans son entreprise. Donc, je veux dire que, donc, pour parler, que ce soit au niveau de la suppression, c'est le coaching, au niveau des sources, c'est d'explorer d'autres sources.
Mais aussi d'impliquer la presse pour un travail
exactement,
qui soit beaucoup plus constructif.
Exactement, parce que plus on a de sources de qualité, plus c'est facile d'avoir de bons articles et moins on a des chances d'avoir des articles supprimés si on a des sources de qualité qui sont disponibles.
Ok, on va aller rapidement, il nous manque très peu de temps. J'ai envie de demander à Natacha, qui est directrice donc, de l'association les 100 pages, pour une association affiliée, de votre point de vue, qui dispose d'un budget quasi inexistant, pour ne pas dire très faible. Quelle initiative en faveur de l'égalité des genres aujourd'hui? Vous avez porté plusieurs initiatives à travers les 100 pages. Quelle initiative peut être lancée là tout de suite au sortir de cette conférence? Qu'est-ce que vous suggéreriez?
J'ai envie de dire sensibiliser les journalistes et j'ai envie d'évoquer une initiative qui a été menée par un collectif de collecteuses, anthropologues, conteuses en France qui a voulu lancer un projet et pareil, pas de source. Donc ce qu'elles ont fait, elles ont convaincu un journal académique qui s'appelle L'Oreille cassée de publier 4 articles académiques qui sont très bien acceptés sur Wikipédia sur des femmes où elles avaient identifié qu'il manquait une source secondaire centrée. Et je crois que c'est quelque chose qu'on pourrait demander à la Fondation et au chapitre, c'est d'organiser des conférences de presse pour dire aux journalistes, eh bien, telle et telle et telle femme, regardez ce qu'elle a fait d'après les sources orales et on aurait besoin que vous vous y intéressez, voire de remettre un prix aux journalistes de chaque pays en disant, voilà le journaliste ou la journaliste qui a publié le meilleur article sur des femmes, qui nous a permis de contribuer sur Wikipédia. Peut-être que ce seraient des idées vraiment à exploiter. En tout cas, les sources écrites, les sources de journaux qui ne sont pas en ligne, on a le droit de les utiliser, même si ce n'est pas accessible en ligne. Le problème, ça va être de prouver au Wikipédien lambda qui ne connaît pas les sources de presse au Cameroun. Donc là, ce qu'il faudrait faire, c'est des listes de médias par pays sur Wikipédia, dire aux Wikipédiens, voilà les médias camerounais, parce que moi, je sais que j'ai eu beaucoup de mal avec la quinzaine des autrices, je ne les connaissais pas. Donc ça, c'est des choses. Renseigner la communauté wikipédienne sur les sources existantes dans chacun des pays et sensibiliser les journalistes et les chercheurs et les chercheuses pour écrire des articles un peu plus que elle a porté telle robe et oh là là, elle a elle a quitté son petit ami, c'est un scandale.
Merci Natacha. Je repose la même question à Dominique Eliane sur l'expérience qu'elle a pour les projets pour lesquels elle est ambassadrice en Côte d'Ivoire. En 2 phrases, qu'est-ce qu'il faudrait faire quel type de projet un seul vous suggéreriez assez rapidement?
Alors, je pense qu'au sorti, on est vraiment dans le même ordre d'idées au sorti de cette Wikimania. Là, au niveau de la Côte d'Ivoire, on a un projet, un outil qui nous permet désormais de détecter tous les articles sur les femmes qui sont soit mal sourcées, qui ne sont pas sur Wikipédia, etc. Donc, quand on prend l'ensemble de ces articles-là et qu'on check un peu l'admissibilité, on se rend compte qu'à plus de 50%, ces articles ne sont pas admissibles justement pour cause de source. Donc je pense que le véritable problème qui se pose dans presque toutes les communautés aujourd'hui, c'est la communauté africaine, je précise, c'est le problème de source. Donc l'idée d'engager les journalistes est une très bonne idée déjà. Et puis, nous, derrière, les actions qu'on a engagées depuis l'année dernière, c'était de collaborer avec les personnes sur lesquelles on a envie d'écrire et de leur dire ce que nous vous suggérons, ce n'est pas un rebranding total, mais c'est de justement voir avec les médias les actions que vous faites là. Faites-les publier pour que nous, derrière, on ait de quoi écrire. Voilà,
Merci beaucoup, mesdames. S'il fallait retenir quelques mots à 1 minute de la fin de notre session de ce matin, c'est qu'il faut déjà identifier les profils qui n'existent pas, c'est capital pour les questions de genre. C'est également d'avoir un meilleur suivi dans les formations sur l'utilisation. Aujourd'hui, on a beaucoup l'intelligence artificielle. Il faudrait beaucoup encadrer les contributeurs qui arrivent, mais c'est également d'impliquer la presse. Vous avez tout entendu. Il est capital aujourd'hui que la presse soit impliquée dans le travail que les Wikimédiens font parce que ce sont des sources inestimables pour les articles et tous les contenus qu'on souhaite créer, mais c'est aussi de gratifier les personnes qui s'impliquent sans qu'elles ne soient nécessairement wikimédiennes. Ça peut être des écrivains qui ne sont pas nécessairement journalistes, mais ça peut aussi être des journalistes qui ont choisi de créer du contenu. Nous espérons en tout cas que cette session matinale vous aura apporté des idées, quelques éléments de rafraîchissement. Je tiens à remercier une fois encore Minette Lantier du Cameroun, Natacha Raoult les 100 pages, de la Suisse des 100 pages, et puis Dominique Eliane qui nous vient de Côte d'Ivoire. Moi-même, je suis Alexandra Tuileux, présidente honoraire de Wikimedian of Cameroon User Group et co-organisatrice de Wikimania 2026. Nous remercions enfin Wiki Africa qui nous a permis d'organiser cette session. Rendez-vous demain matin, ce sera encore à 9 heures. Ne manquez pas le rendez-vous pour vivre en simultané avec nous ce qui se passe ici à Paris à la Wikimania. Merci.
Can I see a thumbs up if you can hear me? Okay, great. Hi everyone, my name is Lucy Iwala, and today I will be moderating this session on quality over quantity, learning from the 72 hours virtual marathon, editathon in the Igbo Wikimedia user group. And today I have here with me my co-organizers for this particular project. I have here with me Christ-like Chinonso. I also have here with me Hilary Ogali, and I also have here with me Mark Lapang. But before we proceed, I will just give them 5 seconds to just say to unmute and say hello before we proceed have today. So I'll go in the first order based on what I'm seeing. Over to you, Chinonso Chidi. Can you hear me? Okay. Can you also unmute and say hello to the audience? Hilary.
Hello, everyone, and it's morning in my time, so I will say good morning. My name is Ogade Hilary, and I'm a Wikimedia from Nigeria and with the Igbo Wikimedia community. So glad to be here. Thank you, Lucy.
And also we have Mark Lapang. Could you also please unmute?
Hi, everyone. This is Mark from Nigeria. Happy to be here and happy to share our learning so far with you all.
Great, thank you very much. And we also have here Chidi Chino, so I don't know if you can unmute.
Hi, everyone. Glad to be also here and joining you from Nigeria. I hope we'll have a great discussion.
So my name is Lucy Iwala, and I'll be moderating this session and giving us a rundown based on what we have implemented over the past few months, starting from the year 2025 till date for the 72 hours virtual marathon editathon in the Igbo Wikimedia user group. So you may be wondering how we began, how the project came about. Just to give you an overview, this project was first piloted in 2025, the month of April, with the focus to ensure that we improve the quality of Igbo Wikipedia articles. We are improving it in terms of fixing reference errors and also correcting some inconsistencies, ensuring that they are in alignment, and also um, expanding language localization efforts. And finally, ensuring that there are available content that meets the Wikimedia guidelines in terms of um, clarity, in terms of accuracy, and what have you. So this is how this project was vetted in April of 2025. So far, you will also be wondering, like, how did we come about getting our participants that are so consistent and has been a major part of this particular campaign and project. So the participants comprises volunteers with good understanding because we are focusing on the Igbo Wikipedia project. So we work with participants with good understanding of the Igbo language, and in terms of writing, in terms of speaking, and being able to contribute, and also who are very passionate and interested in the open knowledge space that we find ourselves. So for each of the edition, we organize a virtual lunch and a training for for our participants. First, to kind of refresh their memory and also to um, ensure that they align with the scope of that particular editathon, because it is a bi-monthly affair. So each month we focus on a specific task. So it might be on fixing reference errors. It might be on ensuring consistencies. So each of these edition, we have a workshop and a training to refresh their memory and also ensure that they have a clue of what we are working with. And um, we organize this session online, and this is an online marathon, and there are dedicated outreach dashboard. We have our meta page. We'll be sharing this with you, and we have our meta page which we use to capture and track all our activities right from the time it was first implemented. And we also have our dashboard. These dashboards serve as our kind of record where we keep track of all the contributions and inputs from all the participants. So this way we are able to be accountable for what we have done so far and be able to share the impact. Then the next thing is in terms of our approach. You may be wondering, like, how did we come about this 72 hours marathon? So the project takes the form of an editathon. So it's not a contest. Yes, we call it 72 hours marathon, but it is not a contest. It is an editathon where individuals work within the timeline of 72 hours. So we start towards the end of the month that we are working with, and we work across these 3 days, which made up the 72 hours. So in this period of 72 hours, participants are assigned specific tasks. And now we also have a closed group because um, it's not an open engagement where non-Igbo speakers are part of. No, we work in alignment with those and participants who are very fluent in the language and are able to contribute. So we recruit our participants who work in close group with a closely monitored work list. So we also have our work list that we use to assign tasks. So we generate list of tasks that we want to focus on for that particular edition, and we assign each participant to a specific task. And you don't have to um, work on it as if you are competing with anybody. That is why we have a closed group. We have it pre-assigned to them, and they take their time to work on all these tasks within this specified period of time. And so from April 2025 to date, we have had about 8 editions of the marathon, and all of them have been successful. It has recorded a great impact across. So the next you want to also know, like, about our impact, the impact of this particular project that was vetted in April, like what have we done so far? So from the month of April, which was the first time we launched the 72 hours marathon, till November, we have recorded a total number of 2,995 Igbo Wikipedia pages fixed with reference errors. So a total of 2,995 Igbo Wikipedia pages that has reference errors in terms of red links, missing templates, and what have you has been fixed within this specified period of time. And also a total number of pages on Igbo Wikipedia that has inconsistency in terms of category uh, have been sorted out. So we use the default sort and ensure that there is inconsistency. Inconsistency in the sense that either the surname comes first or the first name comes first, so that when you are searching for these names or for this particular article, it is easier for you to come by. So, and for this, we have recorded a total of 1,435 contributions on the Igbo Wikipedia project, and also a total number of 832 Igbo Wikipedia pages with broken links has been fixed. So, the particular project that has to do with fixing fixing reference errors, and fixing other links that are broken. Because when we translate from the English Wikipedia to the Igbo Wikipedia, there are some links that are broken, and we also took it as part of our task to ensure that we fix some of these. And for this, we have recorded a total of 832 contributions for pages that are fixed. And for the Translate Wiki, we have recorded about 35% progress in terms of translating the Translate Wiki page from English to Igbo. So if you go to the Translate Wiki page for the Igbo, you'll notice that there has been a lot of improvement in ensuring that we localize these pages to the Igbo language. And for anyone interested or any Igbo language user can easily identify and access these particular pages. Then also for the impact summary for the month of January to June 2026, we have recorded a total number of 2,215 Igbo Wikipedia pages fixed with reference errors. So all these pages with reference errors on the Igbo Wikipedia pages within the timeline of January to June 2026, we have fixed a total of 2,215 pages. And also for the number of biography pages on IGWiki added in terms of ensuring consistency in arrangement, we have added about 2,268 pages, and a total number of Igbo Wikipedia articles with site links were also improved, which resulted to about 117 pages added. So all these we are able to record within the time frame of January to June of 2026. Now you may also be wondering, like, all this while we have been carrying out this project, because it has been over a year of implementing this project. You'll be wondering, how have you been able to fare in terms of ensuring that there is retention in participants, there is resolution or solutions to some of the challenges that we face, be it in the technical aspect of it. So this is where we'll be sharing some highlights of our learnings based on our engagements with this particular project. So I have here with me my panelists who will be responding to some of these questions that we have shared on the screen. So for the first question, I will be directing it to Chidi Chinonso. And my question is, what was the drive to launch the 72 hours virtual marathon editathon in the Igbo Wikimedian Shiza group? I would want you in less than 3 minutes to share with us what bettered this particular project, and what do you think was the kind of the core principle for starting up this particular project? Over to you, Chidi Chinonso.
Thank you so much, Lucy. I think when we started off the 72 hours virtual marathon editathon, was based on the fact that our language Wikipedia, which is the Igbo Wikipedia, we had lots of contributions, mainly from the content translation tool. We had users who were translating articles and pages from English language to our native language, which is Igbo language. And we observed lots of these articles came out with, after translation, they came out with reference errors. And that was like what bettered the project. And as well, we tried to fix these identified errors, these inconsistencies and gaps to ensure that the available content that we have on our wiki meets the standard. And as well, we tried to build community engagement and capacity amongst users in the community. So we decided to start off this project to improve the wiki and also to build their engagement, because participants who eventually were onboarded in the project, they had little or no knowledge about or some technical aspects of fixing errors or even patrolling edits or, making some of these contributions. And so it was like a kind of a mop-up group. And also the style of the editathon also gave it like much more value, I would say, being in a close group and working with a limited number of participants, so we can be able to ensure their maximum participation and be able to track their contributions effectively. So I would say that was it. That was the drive for me.
Okay, thank you so much for sharing that. And for our audience, if you can remember when I was starting off with this particular session, I informed us that this project was not an open affair. We worked with a close group of like minds who are passionate about contributing to the Igbo language and also has fluency in terms of writing and in terms of speaking in this language. And aside this, they are aware of the need for the technical know-how when it comes to contributing to this particular project. And that is why we also have the workshop that we get to train these participants and ensure that they have the necessary skills to be a part of this campaign. So I'll be moving next to my question. The next question I have on this reflection series, which is directed to um, Hilary Ogali. And I want to ask, from your own perspective, we have been having this issue or the trend of um, uh, lack of volunteer retention when it comes to contributing and participating in the Wiki project. So what do you think has been the recurring challenge and also the approach that you people used to ensure that there was a good level of and the maximum level of volunteer retention for this particular project? Over to you, Hilary.
Thank you very much, Lucy. For this project, I will say the approach we use is this. Most of the time, if you come to the Wikimedia space in our local Wikimedia community, especially in Nigeria, I don't know about some other countries, but then basically in Nigeria, what you see most of the time is whenever we are having a campaign, it is a contest. And most of the time, the people that join Wikimedia through that campaign, when they come and see that the intensity of the contest is high from the experienced Wikimedians and those that have been around for a very long time, the zeal to stay and the passion to stay as volunteers to contribute will be very low because they will feel like the people that are on ground are very experienced and they won't meet up with those people. At the end of the day, you see the same set of persons winning prizes and getting recognition. And most of the time when people volunteer, they like to be seen. So we came up with the approach of changing the marathon, not going the route of a contest for the 72 hours marathon, but we decided to do an editathon. That is everybody coming together, doing the same similar tasks with the same number of tasks assigned to each person. By the end of the day, when you see that an experienced Wikimedian is doing working on 20 articles, the newbie that joined and wanted to participate in this 72 hours marathon where we work on fixing errors and making sure that the articles on our Wikipedia are clean and up to standard. When you see a newbie try to join, the person is receiving the same amount of attention. And whenever it is being mentioned that these are the persons that participated in this 72 hours marathon, you will not hear the top 3 persons. There's nothing like top 3 editor, top 5 editor, or top 10 editor. Everybody is being mentioned. So with these, the new persons that are coming, they feel seen, and the people that are participating in these, those that are not that experienced or fast in editing, you see that everybody gets in. So whenever we call for 72 hours marathon for the next edition, you see that everybody is eager to participate. And when we did this, the first one, we had a particular number of persons. But when we wanted to do the second, the third, and the fourth, you see every edition of the 72 hours marathons that we bring up, you see so many persons showing interest to join the 72 hours marathon, because everybody that is there is being seen for what they are doing. They are receiving the same attention and the same amount of the same amount of publicity, right? When there's a 72 hours marathon, everybody that participated is being mentioned, not the top 3, the top 5, or the top 10 editors. So the approach of doing an editathon instead of a contest helps us to retain the participant that first participated, and it also brought us more participants. Thank you, Lucy.
Thank you very much for sharing that. And one thing that keep recurring in your response is everybody gets the equal attention. If you are being mentioned, if one person is being mentioned, every other person is being mentioned. This way, it ensures that everybody is celebrated, and it gives you this sense of agency, it gives you this sense of ownership for this particular campaign. And I think that is a very, very wonderful approach that the group has used. And I also believe that our audience will be able to also adopt this approach and see how it turns out in their various projects. So I'll be moving to the next question, which is directed to Mark Lafang. I know that behind every success, there tend to be some challenges. I know it may not usually be that rosy. What we usually celebrate is the success, but do we also celebrate the challenges and the glitches that we experience in our journey of becoming? So to you, Marco, will you say that the journey has been all that rosy, or will you say that there has been some challenges? And if there has been some challenges, could you share some of these challenges with our audience so that they can, if they want to also approach their various campaigns from this perspective, they will be on the lookout for this and also be able to resolve some of the challenges based on our own learning. So over to you, Mark.
Okay, thank you very much, Lucy, for giving me this opportunity. Yes, seeing the metrics we have presented so far, it sounds so rosy, but to every organizer, yes, you come out with good results, but definitely there are certainly challenges, right? So ours was not an exemption. Yes, our participants contributed well, but there were certain challenges we encountered. The first one is what Hillary just addressed to. That's the monster in the room. Retention and consistency, yes, to every project, especially a series of events, there is always this retention and consistency issue of which we try to resolve. I will not talk much about. I will talk much on the other two challenges we encountered. The other one is time pressure. You know, it is a marathon, 3 days event, and then our participants are assigned tasks to work on equally. And, you know, as volunteers, we always have conflicts of time. Okay, this is 72 hours. You have 72 hours to do this task. And probably in your other schedules, you have busy schedules within the 3 days. How do you intend to cope with this, right? And another challenge is competition mindset. A marathon, from the name, a marathon. The first thing that comes to mind is, oh, I want to be the best contributor. You see experienced editors finishing their tasks to be applauded by the organizers. But what we use to resolve our challenge of time pressure and competition mindset was we make it to be more collaborative, in the sense that yes, everybody have a pre-assigned task. So we first of all try to decouple the competition mindset by making it more collaborative, in the sense that, okay, when you're done or any other participant is having challenge, once they reach out to the group that we are on, other participants responded even before the organizers respond. And then there is this sense of, oh, we are together. There is no much pressure. Like this person that we are working on almost the same thing together is here helping me. People feel welcome. And then looking at the time pressure, oh, I have busy schedule. Can I finish all this? But because of the collaborative spirit we introduced, it was because, okay, the experienced editors tend to finish theirs faster. And those who doesn't have tight schedule also finish theirs before the 3 days. And then they were encouraged to support those. They continue with other people's pre-assigned tasks. So that was what we used to solve competition mindset and time pressure. And these two challenges that was resolved, it helped us in retaining participants, in the sense that, oh, there is no competition. Why should I be scared? Oh, there is no time pressure on me. Why should I be going away? Someday, somehow, or some subsequent event, I might have time. So why should I go away? And before we start the event, we first of all sensitize our volunteers. This is our language. They have it at the back of their mind. This is our language. We need to work on this. If you don't work on it, who will? So these were certain things, the challenges we had, and how we resolve those challenges. Thank you very much, Lucy.
Thank you very much, Marco. And just for our audience, maybe those that are just joining us, this is our reflection from carrying out the 72 hours marathon editathon in the Igbo Wikimedians user group. We are members of the Igbo Wikimedians user group, and we are sharing our learnings from a perspective of quality over quantity. We are shifting the mindset of we are chasing the figures, chasing the numbers, and um, overlooking the qualitative aspect of our participation and contribution in the Wikimedia space. So that is what we have done. We shared how we have progressed so far, how we came about this project, the drive for this project, how we were able to approach this project, and what we have done within the space of um, um, 8 editions of the marathon. And now we are sharing some of our learnings so that other Wikimedia communities that may want to adopt or use this approach can also learn from our challenges and also be able to come up with new ideas to also tackle some of the challenges they face as a community, be it in terms of volunteer retention, be it in terms of consistency in your local wikis, and be it in terms of ensuring that this sense of ownership are imbued on the minds of the participants. And now to my last but not the least question, which will be directed across board, like to all my panelists. I want to ask, how do you envisage this project adopted by other communities? Do you think that there are other communities that are on the lookout for this project? Do you think that based on what we have shared so far, or based on, because we do also share our div blogs across and get other uh, people to learn about what we have done so far. What do you think of? Do you envision a future where other communities will also adopt? Maybe it may not even be about 72 hours marathon, it may be a 24 hours marathon, or it may equally be a 48 hours in-person marathon, because ours is a virtual marathon. Do you think that this is what other communities may also kind of want to try out? So I'll be going to you, Hilary, and after Hilary, I'll go to you, Marco, then down to you, Christ-like. So over to you, Hilary.
Thank you very much, Lucy. So I will say I see this is a project that other communities can adopt, especially the language communities, unlike the English and the French Wikipedia, where we have so many people from different places that are always checking the particular wiki to see what is going on and fix errors and make one or two changes. Our language wikis don't have much of these people. And in the quest of trying to get our language out, and most of the time in which we use the campaign model and the competition model, we see that so many persons do make wrong edits out of goodwill, right? They make wrong edits out of goodwill, and sometimes some of the things that are being translated are not all correct. So I think this is a good project for other language community to adopt, because you have a whole lot of work to do on your language wiki, and no other person is coming to do it for you except you who owns a language Wikipedia. So, and the best way to do this kind of project is to avoid the approach of campaign and contest that brought the initial problem, that brought the initial problem, and go through this approach of adopt the approach of this marathon edit, where you just get to do a cleanup edit. Yeah, 72 hours marathon is just like a cleanup edit. So I think this is a good project, and I am very sure that so many language communities that are watching this now that have these similar issues will, at the end of the day, try to adopt this and see how well they can clean their language wiki. So this is a good project for other communities to adopt. And I am very sure that anybody that wants to adopt, that wants to clean up their wiki, once they see this, they'll see that this is something that is worth doing, and I'm sure they may give it a try. Thank you, Lucy.
Thank you very much, Hilary, because I want to also give our audience some time to ask their questions. Marco, in less than 2 minutes, what is your thoughts on this?
Yeah, okay. Yes, I see other communities adopting this approach. Why? Because why we are on the wiki space is to preserve our various languages. And then in preserving the language, I think quality matters over quantity. Now, we are in the age of AI. It's just a matter of time, because everything is all about data. It's just a matter of time. AI companies will start reaching out to various language communities. Oh, we would love to use your data to train um, our models. And then in your data, the data you are having is full of errors. Who are you cheating? Your language. So I see it as something that other communities will, as soon as possible, having this knowledge that, oh, there is something like this. I know many communities, language communities, will dive into this to fix this and to have this at the back of their mind. We are in the age of artificial intelligence, and data is everything. Quality data is key. Yes. Thank you, Lucy.
Thank you very much, Marco. Yes, we are in an era, because that is also part of the discussion on the global trend at the emergence of AI. What becomes our existence in the wiki space? And when you talk about existence, if these AI companies wants to use our language to train their models, definitely we will want it to be in a way that it kind of captures it is captured in an accurate and consistent manner. And we'll be doing ourselves a disservice if our uh, our language, maybe which will be called their data, is not captured accurately, because it is what we give it that it will also push out. So in order to kind of curb this inconsistency, I think, yeah, other language communities may also want to try to adopt this to ensure that there is a certain level of accuracy in whatever data that will be pushed out there. So I'll be coming back to you, Christ, like, what is your thoughts on this about other communities adopting what we have done so far, or maybe kind of even rebranding it in a unique way that resonates with their community.
So thank you, Lucy. For me, I think this is a very amazing and impactful project that other language communities and underrepresented groups can adopt. You can decide to tweak the approach in terms of the time frame, in terms of the topic list, but the impact should remain the same. That you would, above every other thing, place a premium on the quality more than the quantity. Yeah, we have a surge for people who want to build their edit count, build their contribution history, and all of that. But the idea is that in a small focus group and with dedication and passion, you'll be able to achieve much more. And also for language communities, should be able to begin to explore, translate wiki more so they can be able to translate all the message bundles that are right there in their own language. That way, their interface on their language wikis gets to read in their language and not in English language. So that is a very good project that language communities should, I think, prioritize in the coming months and years. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much to my wonderful panelists. And I totally agree with all your responses that, yes, I think this is a good project that other communities can also integrate, because we have been for local language organizers in the wiki space, there has been this insurgence of some of inconsistencies in the various translations that has been done across. And I know that organizers and project leads have been experiencing some of these challenges that we have mentioned so far, and some of the things that we have done using the 72 hours marathon. And I'm definitely sure that they will want to be able to kind of rectify. I know that it is not going to be a one-time affair. It is a continuous and consistent process that requires intentionality. And with intentionality, we'll be able to right the wrongs, because, and also kind of change the mindset of our participant. You know, when you let them know that it is whatever you give out, give into these wiki projects, your local wiki project, that is also being pushed out, because we are in an era, just like Marco said, we are in an era of AI, and some of these AI companies are using our resources that we share on our across the wikis to train their models. So imagine if you train your, if you push out something that is not accurate, if there are inconsistencies in your contribution and in your language output, then definitely you'll be feeding all these AI models with wrong data sets. And when this is being pushed out and they consume it, they also give us a wrong output, because when you go out there to search for something and maybe search for an information in your language, you get it all wrong, because it started from the grassroots, because the participants had the mindset of winning just for themselves. But with a project like this, they get to know that, oh, this is our own and no other person can do it except us, you know. So I am very happy that we are able to come up with this particular project. And to our audience, if you are just joining us, this is the session titled Quality Over Quantity, Our Learnings from 72 Hours Marathon Editathon from the Igbo Wikimedians User Group. And we are sharing how we have how we started, where we are, and what we have done so far, and also some of the challenges that we have also encountered, and how we were able to resolve it. I don't know if there are some questions on the chat for people joining us from the event here, or for people joining us from the YouTube. Do well to ask your questions, and we will get to respond to it. So we'll be moving to our Q&A session right away. question on the chat for us here on YouTube so that my panelists can have a look at it. Is it possible?
I think I could attempt to answer.
Okay, did you get the question? Okay, sure, go ahead. Okay.
So for language communities, we have quite a number of challenges. And one of them is the issue of dialect variations and topic of interest, right? And so one way you could be able to navigate that is to curate, possibly first do a survey to know kind of topics that editors are interested in, and then also curate topics and articles that that you like to work on that probably are not in a good state, probably needs lots of improvement, and so merge them together, and that way we're able to capture both their interests and also you have categories that include both the editor interest and also that way they also fix or improve articles that they need to work on. It could also take the form of running just yeah. So it could be that you want to run an editathon to create articles from scratch. So that could also work as well. But you need to bear in mind not much pressure and provide facilitated support. That also helps as well. So whenever they have challenges or they have questions or they're stuck, be able to provide answers, and that would also help, I believe so.
Yeah, thank you very much for that wonderful response, Christ-like. And to also add to what he has said, in our various communities, we are the ones that are kind of attuned to some of the gaps that are existing in our communities, be it in terms of contribution, be it in terms of active participation. So as organizers in our various communities, we know the one that is generic within us. And looking at it, you as an organizer may come up with a different approach, but tackling that issue that you have identified as a challenge in your community and use it as an approach to maybe using this marathon approach as a way or as a systemic way to solve or bring a solution to an extent to some of these challenges. So I don't know if my other panelists have anything to say. And also the virtual room host, if you can as well help us to check if there are any other question on the YouTube or on the event here before we proceed. Are there further questions on event here?
Yeah, I just got a message from someone, and the person is saying that the comment section on YouTube is turned off and they want to ask questions on YouTube. So I don't know if the virtual room host can help us with that.
Can you hear us? Is there any way you can help us to get these questions across, or can they join through the event here? I think the event I don't know if you have one or two things to say before we call it a wrap to our audience that are streaming of you before we end today's session. Starting from you, Hilary.
Thank you very much, Lucy. And to our audience, we want to, those on YouTube, we want to say sorry for the challenges that you're having there. But of course, we are available. You can reach out to any of us to ask questions about the marathon. And in case you want to available to provide our help and share some of the tips, things that we use to do the marathon with you. And you can just continue using our approach and maybe build on it also to do the same thing in your community. Thank you very much to everyone that joined this session and everyone watching.
What about you, Marco?
Yeah, just to appreciate our listeners. Thank you for joining us today. And as Hilary said, we are open to collaboration and guidance for any language community that would love to implement something like this. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Chidi Chinonso.
Okay, I also express my gratitude to everyone who joined the session, and I look forward to replications of this project and this model across communities. And you can feel free to reach out if you encounter challenges or for more discussions after now. Thank you. And to all the panelists as well, and also to the organizing team that made this possible in the Igbo Wikimedians user group.
Guys, like if you can project there's a last slide for them to see and view our project page and also how to reach us. There's a last slide, yes, before I end this session. The next slide, there's another one. If you can refresh, there's another one. Okay, while he refresh, I want to use this opportunity to thank each and every one of you for joining us. For those joining us from the event here, for those joining us from the YouTube, we want to show our appreciation and also thank you for gracing our session. And we look forward to you implementing and kind of implementing this kind of projects in helping you curb some of the challenges that you may be facing in your communities. And we look forward to more productive sessions all through the Wikimania 2026. And you can as well contact us through our various usernames. You see our usernames here showcased, and also even on the talk page of our project page, we have the 72 hours marathon general project page where you can learn more about what we have done and see the progress. Maybe you may also want to adopt the kind of replicate the project page when you are implementing your own project. And on this note, I want to thank you for being part of our session and to enjoy the rest of your day. Bye. Thank you very much. Deo Dalo.
Bye, everyone.
Bye.
Okay, welcome everyone to our lunch session. This is an opportunity to hear from some of the speakers from today's sessions, get a little bit to learn about the background about their sessions, the main takeaways from their sessions, but also be able to ask questions in the chat. So feel free to drop questions in the chat that you may have for them, and they'll be answering those questions. So I do have three amazing guests today, and I think I'll start with Leaf. So if you could tell us a bit about the session that you had this morning, what was it all about, and what were some of the main takeaways from the session?
Yes, I am Liv Burke. I work at the Wikimedia Foundation as the Senior Manager of Social Platforms, overseeing both Wikipedia and Wikimedia Foundation socials. And my session this morning was about something like social media through the eyes of superstars, talking about how Wikipedia and the Foundation are using content creators to improve our content.
Amazing. You have to tell us a bit about these superstars. Are they like these movie superstars? Which kind of superstars? Are these?
Yeah, that's a great question. We talked about this in the session. Like, the way we're defining superstars is people who make excellent content and people who are really smart about making a video you want to watch all the way through and share with a friend. They are not necessarily people with a huge following. We don't care about follower numbers. We care about, can you tell an interesting story in a compelling way that people want to watch?
I mean, social media is taking over, and for me, I'm really glad to see that the foundation is also using this to reach more people. So I think for other people in the movement, even like affiliates and user groups who want to start maybe something similar for their user groups to reach more people, what kind of advice would you have for them?
Yeah, I think you don't need $1 million. You don't need a huge budget. You don't need a talent lead. You can really just start small. There's a lot of levels of content creators. You can have as little as 1,000 followers and still be a nano creator and still make a big impact. We actually find that it's better to work with smaller creators when you're just starting out. It's an easier process. You're not working with talent managers necessarily. You're just working one-on-one with a really creative person. So I would say just scroll social media, watch a lot of content, and then you'll naturally see someone and you're like, oh wait, I have an idea for them. And then their email is sometimes in their bio, or we just send them a DM being like, hey, do you want to chat? We'd love to find a way to work together. It doesn't have to be, sometimes I feel like it feels really intimidating, you have to already know this space, or you have to have knowledge or know someone, have connections. It's as easy as sending a DM to someone you've never met before, and then just going from there, and then you'll start to learn how it comes together.
Yeah, and then maybe for people who are following the Wikimedia Foundation channels who would like to see some of this content, I'm also curious. I want to see some of this content that has already been produced. So what is the easiest way to find it? Is it through the channels of the foundation? Do you repost what is created, the content that's created?
At Wikipedia, on almost any social platform, we are posting those videos specifically on TikTok, YouTube Shorts, and Instagram. We're posting the same content across all three, so you can find it there.
I didn't know there was actually TikTok. I'll look
for it. Yeah, we're big on TikTok.
Amazing. And I think maybe going back to the talk, why do you think it was important to have this talk at the conference? What inspired you to put this talk together?
Yeah, we just put this program together in March of this year, and we just realized how desperately the foundation needed this change. So then we're like, this is great knowledge we just spent a few months putting together. We should share this. Like you said, the affiliates, the communities, even people just making content for themselves can use the creator mindset to improve their content and help spread the word about the mission and what we do here. So we wanted to make sure that we're sharing knowledge and that everyone else can start doing this themselves too.
Yeah. And then for me, when I think of social media influencers, most of them I think try to drive sales. For us as Wikimedians, for us we are interested in community engagement, people who contribute content, want more editors. So how do you maybe find the right content creators that would drive that kind of engagement, and what kind of messaging do you always encourage to put out?
Yeah, it's interesting. I think we're not trying to find one person that can talk to all audiences. There is not a content creator that can talk to existing editors and new editors and Gen Z. So we work with a lot. We work with over 60 content creators, and we find that some of them are better at talking to certain audiences. So we have a creator, for example, who's really into like fashion and cars. And we're like, okay, you can help us get into those groups that we may not have inroads in. People who are really into fashion and cars, love knowledge, are also very nerdy, like to look up the history of things, but they might not associate Wikipedia with their community. So we use creators like that to help bridge those inroads. And then we have other creators. We have one creator who made an 8-part series on how to become a Wikipedia editor.
Nice.
Starting with make an account. It's actually just that easy. The first video was just make an account. You get to choose your editor username. How fun is that? Then breaking it down step by step. What is neutral point of view? What is this? So we're using a multi-creator approach to reach these different target audiences.
Yeah, and sometimes, I meet someone and I tell them, I contribute to Wikipedia, and someone doesn't realize that they can also contribute to Wikipedia. I think that's one of the simple messages the influencers can, pass on, that anyone, can edit. And this is like where you start from, like, helping people walk those baby steps to make their first edit. So maybe, Lee, what is that thing that, like it's a talk which you had and maybe you didn't have enough time. So is there something which you didn't have enough time to share during your talk that you'd like to share with the online participants?
Okay, some exclusive for the online participants. What did we not talk about? I would say we have some really cool stuff in the works right now. We're exploring really different formats. This is such an exclusive, I shouldn't even be saying this. We are exploring long form content. So we work with 2 Gen Z animators. They are actually cousins, and they make really fun 1 to 2 minute long animated sketches that involve Wikipedia in some way. So it'll be about capturing a mythical creature and then showing the mythical creature, here's how I captured you. I learned this on your Wikipedia article that you're found in the mud or that you run around Ohio. So they naturally integrate Wikipedia and education in a funny format. We are now making a 15-minute, what I'm calling like a pilot episode of what it could look like for an animated TV show that is about Wikipedia and is educational, but also is still funny and fun and animated and in their signature style. So we're working on long form content right now.
Amazing. Yeah, and before we invite like some questions from the online audience, what excites you the most about the future of Wikimedia?
Oh my gosh, I think there's unlimited potential. I think it is for everyone. I think it's very hard if you're another brand, if you're trying to sell a product to people, your audience is maybe limited. Not everyone needs your product. When you are trying to promote knowledge and curiosity, your audience is everyone in the world. So it's just so exciting for me to try to figure out how we can continually reach new groups and resonate with them and kind of bring them into our community.
Amazing. Zachary, do you have any questions from the chat? And as you get those questions also, it would be nice to read the name of the person online who asked the question. Bobby and Harriet, if you have any comment or addition or question to what Liv has just shared, feel free to.
The thing is, for me, I hear you talking about long form content. I thought long form. What is the difference between long form content and short term? Because for me, long form. I'm at old school. I'm used to watching documentaries for hours and hours. And I know now that the attention span is actually very short. And what are you talking about actually between long short format and?
To me, short form is vertical and is 2 minutes or less, maybe a minute and a half or less, and then long form is usually like horizontal on YouTube and is like 3 minutes or more.
And then when you're saying horizontal, you're talking about the orientation of the video itself.
Yes, it's like a YouTube video versus like a TikTok video.
All right, portrait and
whatever the opposite of portrait is.
Wow.
It's outdated now.
Wow. But it's also like the length of the video, right?
Yeah. But I would say over 3 minutes in like the marketing social media world is now long form because the platforms like YouTube, if you post a video over
Yeah.
3 minutes, it bumps you to horizontal.
Yeah,
It doesn't want it to be short form anymore.
Yeah.
But yeah, generally over 3 minutes, which is scary that that's long form.
Yeah, which is scary, really.
Yeah.
I know.
But also the attention span, like you mentioned, I think people really want to watch, like, you know, if your video is so long,
Yeah.
they just scroll and scroll. So
Yeah.
I think one of the things Liv shared during your session was like, yeah, there are some hooks you put so that someone can, you know, stay and try to watch the video, even if it is long. Like us starting with a question, right?
Yeah, it's more important. It's crazy. If I'm making a 60-second video, I am spending maybe 60% of my time on those first 3 seconds. Because the rest of the video, it doesn't matter if it's good if we messed up those first 3 seconds.
God.
So it's such a mindset shift of how to tell a story of you have to make sure it's engaging and then continually re-engages you because it's almost alluring. You're like always one scroll away from potentially the best video you've ever seen. So that's our competition. I know. But people are like, if I scroll one more time, maybe I'll see the best video I've ever seen. I'm competing against a hypothetical. So they're always being tempted to be like something else. It's like gambling. Like something could be really good in the next scroll. So it's like, no, please.
Yeah. But what about, sorry Jeffrey, what about have you managed to get the results and impact of that? Do you see any results at the end? Maybe metrics? How do you measure the metrics there? How do we know that, okay, is it the likes? Is it the sharing? How do we?
It's a great question.
Yeah.
Number one metric that we really care about right now is watch time. Because
okay.
if you have a great video and even if you got 3 million views on it and people watched for an average of 1 second, I would argue that's a bad video. You know what I mean? You had really high views and it didn't matter because they only watched 1 second. So I care about how long people watch. We've seen that go up by a lot. That's more than doubled since we've changed our strategy.
Yeah, and that's on YouTube, right?
On all platforms. TikTok, Instagram, and YouTube.
Yeah.
The creator program works, folks. Our metrics are crazy. We've gained almost 1 million followers in the last few months.
Okay, nice.
So follower count we look at. Views are always good to have. But yeah, really that watch time. If there's a high watch time, the platforms want you on the platform as long as possible. So if they find a video with a high watch time, they will show it to more people. So it'll be more highly promoted, more highly viewed.
Oh my God. Okay, subscribe. How do you say?
Yeah. Follow Wikipedia on social
media.
Like, subscribe, follow at Wikipedia on all platforms.
1 million followers in just the last few months. That's the power of, like, you know, of content creators. I think that's already for me the impact is already visible there.
It is actually.
Zachary, do you have any questions from online participants?
Yes, there is Charles Kalanzi that asks, is there any way of integrating such social media content within the Wikipedia article?
Oh, I don't know if I'm allowed to talk about this. I think there is some excitement around experimenting with potentially putting some of our content back in the article. So one thing, for example, is all of the images we create are created by content creators and they are owned by the foundation, so we are able to put them on Commons. So now you'll see some of these images from social are actually being uploaded to the article as a visual representation.
Nice.
It was inspired by the article and then now it's re-inspiring the article. So we're starting to roll that out.
And as an old hand Wikipedian colleagues, you know, I'm thinking that, you know, Wikimedia Commons has potential to actually integrate what we're doing outside there to Wikimedia, especially Wikimedia Commons. People are now here in France in the conference, you know. They can go. I've seen on Facebook, for an example, I'm, you know, a dinosaur. Some of
I love Facebook. I'm with you.
So like a lot of people have been sharing their pictures of you know, the Louvre or whatever they go out there, you know. But they are sharing that on Facebook, you know. So I think it would be great to actually, you know, for them to share on our platforms. You know, Wikimedia Commons, for an example, they take somehow we can make this way. You know, let's not let that platform, you know, waste away. Like I cannot even watch a video on Wikimedia Commons right now. You know, I'm saying this because I'm sitting on the board of trustees. I know that I can make things move there. You know, because but anyway, what I'm trying to say here is, as much as we have a lot of following, especially with the Gen Z and the 2000s, you know, we can make something work with all the content that we have from Wikimedia Commons, you know, from the pictures that are taken, from the videos that are there, you know, that are sometimes untraceable.
Yeah. All of anything we post on social uses images from Commons.
Yes.
Yeah, and credits them. So we're hoping more people will start to use them.
Because once you upload on social media, you know the license. When you join social media, the license already belongs to someone that I don't want to mention.
That's how they get you.
Yeah, you cannot download that picture there on Facebook and then use it again on upload it again on Wikimedia Commons. So, you know, we can use our own.
Yeah.
You know.
Just to add, that is why I really appreciate the initiative of Depths of Wikipedia, because you know there's highlighting on the Wikipedia articles, but then when there's a picture that is already linked to Commons, then there's more highlights. And I've heard that people even suggest some of the articles to the owner of the page. I've forgotten her name. And so this is something that is more or less like co-creation as well. And for people who really do not know about Commons, I'm sure it's an opportunity for them to know that they can also contribute their images there as well. So yeah, those are some of the initiatives that I really appreciate.
I get like Bobby's point, like how can also make it easier so that if someone has posted, you know, the image first on Commons, that there's a share button on Commons which says, okay, share your photo on Facebook.
Right.
Because eventually someone wants to share their work.
And already we own the license, you know.
Yes.
Yeah, the license is owned by us. From the phone to the Commons, and then it can go now. You know, other than the other way around, which is now unusable, you know, for us. So
All right. Do we have any other question from online? Okay. So yeah, we are going to move actually to the next speaker, and I think we're going to go to you, Bobby. I know you had a session about, you know, sit at the table with the trustees.
Yeah.
So yeah, please tell us about, first of all, introduce yourself again, and also tell us about your session. Yes.
So my name is Pobisha Wangu. I'm from Johannesburg, South Africa. I started being a Wikipedian in 2013. In fact, I made my first edit in 2013. The reason how I was introduced to Wikipedia was accidental, like everyone else. I was a radio producer, and as a radio producer, every time you have to go online and search, you know, a content for your presenters. And Wikipedia was almost always the first article at the time. And I saw that African content was missing on Wikipedia, and I started editing because I noticed that there was an edit button there. I clicked there, and then I started editing, and I saw that basically the information that I was putting there was the only information that was there. And then someone reached out to me and said, hey, do you know that there's a community of Wikipedians out there that actually are doing the same work that you are doing? In fact, you need to be editing on your own language wiki. And that's how I was introduced to the other language wikis, and that's how I was introduced to Wikipedia, and the rest is history. I've been in, you know, positions of leadership and so on, and today we find ourselves here at the Board of Trustees. But yeah, that's in a nutshell who am I, and today, in the session today, we were talking about a whole host of things, but the session that I was at, because basically it was a chance for the community to basically interact with us, talk about all issues that they feel are in their heart, to just, you know, share with us and then to interact with them. So the session that I was leading, or I was in, was in the listening about the reading of Wikipedia. You know, what do we think about the reading of Wikipedia? Are people reading Wikipedia these days, colleagues? You know, and obviously the answer we all know, you know, colleagues. People these days, the readership of Wikipedia is actually declining. And you know why? Because of AI, you know, it's one of the reasons. And number two is because what has usually emerged and was a highlight in the session that I was in was that we are thinking of Wikipedia as a platform for people to read only, you know, but we need to think outside of that. We need to think broader than Wikipedia as a tool to read, but we need to think it as a tool for content, you know. And we need to think outside of just only Wikipedia. We have a lot of sister projects. We can actually leverage all of those projects, but we need to get out of that, you know, space of, because AI is taking over, and Google as well is not doing a favor on us, because now it has changed its strategy. So our strategy was actually leaning on its strategy, you know, on Google's strategy. So that was, you know, some of the things that actually basically came up out of the session that I was in there.
Yeah, interesting. And I think because it is, sit at the table with, the strategy. I know there's so many questions, like ideas, people want to, get feedback from but from your particular table where you are, discussing about the leadership, like, are there like some suggestions which, you notice that people came up with to, to solve that kind of challenge?
They were very interesting suggestions. Some people were saying, we actually even need to abandon Wikipedia at all. Like, we need to just get rid of Wikipedia. That ship has sailed. Yeah, it was a very interesting session. Yeah, because they were saying, let's look at the numbers. The numbers are telling a story. What are we gonna be? Where are we gonna be in the next 5 years? The other thing that people was talking about. They were talking about our license. Our license allows
people to
use our content, and for us, we are not moving quickly. One of the sessions there was Wikimedia needs to be nimble, in taking decision, and for us to actually fix this issue of license, we will have meetings after meetings after meetings after meetings, and then when we have the last meeting, the internet has moved far, So they were saying the ship has actually left. Let's just forget about just readership. Yes, it will be part of our strategy, it will be part of our vision and mission, but can we focus on the services, that we bring, which was actually started with enterprise, right? Yeah, we need to start thinking about all of the human curated content that we have. How can we leverage that to bring more income, to bring more funding on the Wikimedia Foundation, the Wikimedia movement? How can we leverage all of the data, human curated data, to basically make us relevant, still relevant, but we really need to leverage on the partnerships that are out there that we have, that we're not really leveraging on right now. We really need to leverage on the people. Some people also highlighted the issue of currently ChatGPT or AI is hallucinating a lot, right? And we have people that are actually fact checking, so we can also leverage on that, So they did acknowledge that over time they know that ChatGPT will be good, So we should not dwell too much on even the people right now, but we should look at a long-term strategy that will enable us to be still relevant, but we cannot escape that AI is here. Rather, let's sell the content to them. Let's find a way to actually sell that content. And let's work fast on that license, to enable us to sell the content.
I think that's very interesting, Bobby, because like you said, our license allows, the AI to use our content, and there isn't sometimes enough acknowledgement that actually getting, content from Wikipedia and the related platforms. And then I think when you say like the numbers,
do you have water here? It's a podcast, this one, right?
Yes, it's live.
It's good.
But we can get a bottle of water.
Give me water if this podcast is good. You don't have water. It's fine, you can continue, Chef.
But the point I wanted to make was like, yes, the readership is maybe decreasing, but also there is an increase in, the platform that are getting content from. So is that like being tracked, for example? Like, do we know how many chatbots are trying to get content from Wikipedia?
They actually spoke about that. That there's a service that has been done. It's an annual survey that is actually done to check what is this? What are the chatbot? What are the scrapers? How many content are they scraping from Wikipedia? And it's I don't know in numbers, but it's a lot. It's a lot. And there is the part where they were explaining. I don't know who was explaining this, but they were explaining that one of the colleagues explained that some of these chatbots, they actually even are able to hide under Wiki. They act as if they are editors. You can never see. There are those ones that you can actually see, but there are those ones that you cannot be able to see. And they can only count those ones that we can see. They can see, how much content, is being scraped from the ones from chatbots that we can see, but the ones that we cannot be able to see, that's a bummer, I mean, there's a lot of those ones. So, but at the end of the day, one thing that we need to understand, colleagues, is that there's a lot of content that is being scraped from Wikimedia, that is being used by these LLMs for free, for free,
right?
and without, in many instances, being attributed. The attribution is not there. At least Google now, when you search for something, you can just see there on the bubble, that this one has been taken on Wikipedia. But many of these LLMs, of these AI machines, they don't even attribute us. So,
And now Gen Z doesn't know they're getting their content from Wikipedia.
Exactly.
They're like, why do I need Wikipedia? I have AI.
Exactly.
It's like, let's be so for real. Where did this come from?
Exactly. Hence your work, the work that you're doing is very, very much important, I hope that you can talk about one of those things and say, hey, but anyway, I know that you're not going to be talking directly to the LLMs companies.
Right.
But at least just to raise awareness.
I think this is like very good information to share with people that, some of the information that you are actually getting from these other platforms is actually originally coming from
Wikipedia.
Because even when I started editing Wikipedia, a lot of people did not know about actually Wikipedia. People, they thought that you Google things. Oh, you just Google. No, you Google just gives you the links. Wikipedia is almost always the first one but people did not know that. So imagine now we're using AI, it's even worse, So people every time they would say, hey, Google. But Wikipedia is the one we should have been using all of this time, the word Wikipedia. You Wikipedia things, you don't Google things. But anyway.
Just to add that I see people also pushing for that kind of attribution of AI content. So if you actually generated something using AI, then you need to attribute that this is from AI.
Yes.
So I believe that it's a time that maybe we also have to push for that kind of, we have the attributions that we recommend that people use them, but maybe they don't, and so we have to also hone more on that so that people actually do that. Especially if they are doing that for AI, which is picking from our platforms as well. So those are some of the issues I'm having.
Preach. True.
Yeah.
We need it.
Attribution, I think for me is the minimum that they can do.
It is. It is. Yeah. So those are some of the things that really came out of that session, and a lot of other very wonderful suggestions, things that people are doing out there. But generally, people still feel that there's hope. Still feel that there's something that can be done. We still have like 2 years or 3 years left, as a movement. If we don't do anything within these 2 or 3 years, let me use that word, screwed. We are screwed. Really.
And Bobby, if I ask for questions from the online participants, you have talked about your worries, but what excites you now about the future of the Wikimedia?
What excites me about the future, colleagues and Geoffrey, really is the fact that Wikipedians, one of the things that makes a lot of companies fall, when you read the history of a lot of companies, because they don't realize that they're now going down, they are falling. I was reading about Nikon, all of this. They did not realize that the time for film, taking a video film, using a film, it's the end of that time. They have to now change, and adopt to the digital times. So we actually are seeing that something is changing and we need to change. What excites me is that people can see that there's change that is happening and something needs to be done. So that will make things, I feel that will make things, move faster. Whatever it is that I don't know what's going to happen, but whatever it is that's going to happen, I know that's going to be driven by the fact that change is here and everyone can see that change is actually within us and something needs to be done. And the other thing is we have the content, we have the people, we have the squad, behind us to support us, so it's not going to be very difficult whenever that change comes. So it's not going to be difficult to convince people because already they can see the empirical evidence is there in their face. So, please, online participants, we are having Bobby here from the Board of Trustees. So if you have any question, any comment, please bring it in here.
Yes, there is a a question that says, can there be a chance of optimizing the content of Wikipedia and also collaborating with LLMs companies so that our readership metrics is now counted from LLMS?
That's good. That's a good question. I think one of the suggestions was actually that. Well, exactly that. That we need to look at an opportunity where we collaborate actually with them. You know, look at them. Basically, those ones that are going to be needing us. We know that we are using right now, as it stands, a lot of our content. But is it possible that we can actually formalize that? You know, with a written something down. You know. So that we know that they are actually at least using an open license, but at least they are compensating us somehow. They are actually compensating us for all of the the content that they are scraping, and they are also acknowledging us. You know, we have got millions. We're talking about Wikimedia Commons right now. There are millions upon millions of content that is there. You know, multimedia content that is there on Wikimedia Commons that can be used by the. Yes, they've started using it already.
Right.
You know,
Yeah.
but can they pay for that?
Exactly.
You know? Yeah, can they pay for that? So yeah, there is a thinking, around that. There is a thinking around that.
Great. Yeah. So yeah, thank you. Unless anyone has another comment or question for Bobby, but yeah, we're going to now switch to Harriet. Harriet had this session about from pause to progress, an affiliate recognition health readiness clinic. I think it was a workshop. So yeah, please, if you can introduce yourself, but also tell us more about this session that you had.
Okay, so I'm Harriet Bayo, newly elected Vice Chair for the Affiliations Committee. And so the reason for this session basically is because of what we do as AFCOM to support affiliates in their recognition and also in some of the conflicts that do come up. But really important is the sustainability of affiliates, because we recognize that they are very important in the work that we do as a whole in the movement. And so what are the processes that we look into to recognize a group that wants to be affiliated? And we needed to break this down, but also with some of the cases that have come up, some of the complaints or the history that we have, what are some of the challenges that are being faced by affiliates, and how best can we help them? So this session we highlighted more on the leadership of affiliates, and it ties down to governance. Are there clear rules for affiliates, or who is responsible for what? Another key challenge that we notice is documentation. So for AFCOM to make a decision, we rely on meta pages or even resources that are being shared by the community. And so if you are not proactively documenting your rules, a conflict of interest policy, or even how decisions are made, then it becomes hard for us to make a decision, because is it just about what you tell us? Is it just about what you tell us, or louder? Okay, sorry.
No, it's a podcast. Just
move it
closer.
So is it just about what you tell us, or there's something factual that we can rely on? And that is why we encourage documentation from others. And we are talking about sustainability of affiliates. And we realize that there's the problem of a single source of funding. So it's important that we try to diversify our funds. And how can we achieve that? By trying to partner with other organizations. And we believe that these organizations might provide some form of in-kind support, because they are closely aligned with what we do, and so we'll be able to help in some of these areas. But the key thing that we wanted for affiliates is to understand that there's the need for you to look into your governance, to ensure that there's this form of documentation going on, because that is what we rely on. And with community engagement, if you are not really involving your community, you're not having a participatory process, you're going to have an affiliate, there's going to be burnout, there's going to be a case where there's an affiliate but there's no form of activity coming on. And so this moves on to some of the discussions that have been coming on in the movement. We have so many affiliates. What's the value of affiliates? What can we do to ensure that, well, people still see the value of being recognized, being an affiliate, and then also working? So these are some of the things that we did share. And there was a workshop for people to reflect as a leader or within my community, what is the what rating would I give our leadership? What rating would I give our community engagement? What rating? And from there, people made a commitment to see how best to improve in those areas. There was the opportunity for people to share what they are doing well in their communities. But I believe from that session, the problem will be diversification of funds, because mostly people depend on one single source of funding. And also with the community engagement aspect, how can they really bring on board? For some established chapters, they are very strong on their governance because they have their board, there's a clear role on who is performing this. But then funds, community engagement became the challenge that most people have. And I believe that within the next 30 days, 90 days, there's some form of action towards those activities as well.
They're very interesting, and I come from an affiliate, and I just remember like where we started from as Wikimedia Community User Group Uganda, we're like volunteers, and we say, like, let's form an affiliate, And by the time we know it, we had formed an organization, but none of us had like experience on how to, to do the governance, to do the documentation. How do you even, run a community kind of organization? So I think my question is like, yes, the criteria is there. You can measure the health of the community, but is there like support through the AFCOM that is given to, user groups that are existing, those ones that want to become, affiliates in terms of like training, this is how you do governance. This is how you do documentation. So that even before we ask them, do you have a governance structure in place? We have given them the support that they need to get that into place.
This is a good question. So this is more of capacity building.
Yes.
And an affiliations committee is more of a volunteer-led organization. So sometimes this becomes a challenge. But what I believe AFCOM can do better is being the connector, because we have well-established chapters or user groups that have a clearly defined governance structure, how they even came about their governance structure, resources. So if we are able to identify some of these communities, we can connect them to the affiliates or these established chapters to learn from them. We also have resources, I believe, all over, and it's more or less like centralizing them so that people can really have access to these resources. But as far as AFCOM is concerned, what we do is to look at some of the cases that have come, the acts from affiliates, and also just look at what exactly is happening within the movement and be trying to provide some supplementary materials, but not actively doing the capacity building. And I believe that one way we are doing it, but not really actively, is through some of these conferences where we come to have these workshops. We talk about what you need to do to be compliant and all those stuff. So these are some of the areas, and I believe that if people take the initiative to reach out to AFCOM, we are more than ready to help connect you to the right places, because your sustainability is something that has to be key to us as well.
So the support is there within the movement, but AFCOM would connect people to the right places. And I think the other question I had was also like we still have, very many countries where there isn't any user group, there isn't any affiliate. Like, is the AFCOM also doing something around that in terms of like, making sure that we have, affiliates in places where they don't exist?
Okay, so the way that AFCOM works is more or less like you want to be affiliated, you have a community there, you want to be affiliated. So it's more like you come to us, we provide you with that support. But actively towards going to fish out which country does not have some form of engagement, I don't really see that us really doing that in place, and it's something we can consider as well. But I believe as Wikimedians and trying to partner with other organizations and even seeing the need to bridge some of the content gaps or participation gaps, we as individuals in our own capacity can see how best to bring on board people as well. I believe those are some ways in which some user groups, communities just get started. As well.
Very, very interesting. And I think talking about like the affiliate health also, are there like some maybe tools through AFCOM that affiliates can use to measure their community health, for example? Like when we talk about governance, like I want to assess my affiliate and know where do I stand. Am I in the red zone, in the green zone?
So Okay, so for starters, we had the affiliate health criteria, which was a good resource for us to determine what kind of leadership style do I have. Do I have that participatory in terms of gender and all the other stuff? So the affiliate health criteria is one. Also with the reporting, right? You report what you do as an affiliate, and so based on some of these reports, we receive feedback as to what you are doing wrong and what you are doing right, and then this can help the affiliates become better. I don't know if I've really answered your question on that yet, but basically the affiliate health criteria is one, because this is more or less like compliance. Am I really in compliance with what is required from me? And also there's Meta, and I believe Meta has a lot of informations like governance. Point of contact is a good example. For every affiliate, you should have a point of contact. But how many people are really aware of that and are able to ensure that they have some of these things? So it's all on Meta. It's an initiative now too that we are trying to do to better support, more or less like having a centralized place where people can come, have information, and then look at it. And from our session today, I mentioned we had a toolkit to help people really reflect on where they are in terms of the leadership, community engagement. And so these are some of the tools that will not remain with us, but share with the community. And I don't know if you've been following our social media pages right now, but there's this form of activeness now where we share resources. Like if you have to do a report, where do you have to go to get the templates and all those stuff? So these are some of the avenues in which we are using to really get people on board and know what they are supposed to do.
Is the social media page you mentioned, is it for the AFCOM or if it's for the foundation?
It's for the AFCOM, so it's managed by AFCOM members as well. Yeah, so we have them, and we also have the newsletters as well, where we publish quarterly for people to know what is happening within AFCOM as well.
Yeah, so amazing, because you mentioned like there's a lot of documentation on Meta, and I think that's one of the problems. So like the documentation is a lot and it's in there, but I think like if like I said, if it is shared through the social media and someone shares like a short video, this is where you find what you need. And I think I'm looking forward to the toolkit being used, and I think it will help very many user groups and affiliates to to assess themselves on where they are. Even those ones that already approved, like to recheck themselves and say where do we stand. I think that's like very, 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 very helpful. Before we get questions from the online participants, I will also Liv and Bobby, feel free if you have any questions. What excites you about the future of the movement?
I think Bobby took the words out. But what I really love to hear is we already know that Wikipedia is a public good. So we have something that is there, has been recognized, and he mentioned rightly that we are aware of what is coming, and so it's left of us to see the opportunities. And I believe that we see a lot of people trying to do something towards some of these challenges, and so not being oblivious about these things that are happening, and then just bringing that room for us to discuss and see how best to achieve this or solve some of these challenges is what excites me, because at least I know very well that we believe in that mission. It is not changing. We are going to remain to our values as a movement, and then see how best we could bring on board people, or if there needs to be adapting, but our values still remain the same. So in a nutshell, that would be it as well.
Geoffrey, I was before I joined the board of trustees, I was part of the affiliations committee. The affiliations they work hard. Those guys work hard, guys. Affiliations committee, they work hard. I don't think we are giving them the flowers that they deserve, really. The hours they sit in meetings deliberating about the global affiliates, not only regional, global. I think I really need to take my head off for you guys. You really, really, really work hard. But one question, just a quick one from me, is in the issue, because one of the things that makes your job difficult is conflict resolution. Are you still dealing with that at AFCOM, or how do you handle that?
Yes, so conflict resolution is one of the mandates of AFCOM,
Yeah.
and that is what we've been doing. So we have been doing that, but is there a foreseeable change based on maybe some of the challenges that have been seen, maybe?
Yeah.
But it's something that we are still doing as of now that we speak here. We have some conflicts. We've tried to resolve them and all. So yeah, we still do that. But in the foreseeable future, maybe there would be a change here as well. Yeah.
That is one of the hardest part, I need to say.
Yeah.
Take my head off for you
Yeah,
to do
yeah.
that.
Yeah.
And I think the conflicts are gonna always exist. So I think for me, I don't see that like stopping.
Yeah.
Because we are a community, and of course, like conflicts always come up.
Always.
But I think having like the someone like the affiliates committee where people can go to resolve some of those conflicts
Exactly.
is however much it is a lot of work, like I've mentioned. We really need that.
Yeah.
So yeah, Zachariah, do you have any questions from online participants? Yeah, so I think as we get one more question for you, Harriet, I have is, someone is out there in, Mozambique, and they don't have an affiliate or is a group in their country, and they are watching you online right now. Where do they start?
Okay, start on Meta. So Meta has some information towards becoming a user group. So if you search for affiliations committee, you realize that you have a whole page where we have user groups, we have chapters, we have thematic organizations. So start from Meta. But then what I would like for them to really know is that user groups are easy to form. Usually the requirements are not as much as chapters. So we always say that there's this room for like about 3 or 10 participants, at least if they are active. But before you even come to the Meta, do you have some form of documentation in place? Because I can't say I just edited Wikipedia and so I want to start a user group. We are talking about capacity. If you are being recognized, would you be able to sustain yourself? And there wouldn't be the case of a burnout or recognized but no activity in place as well. So it's important that you start on Meta. And I went to this session where we talked about searching for information. Really, how do you get updated on what is happening on the movement? And so use all the mediums that you can, but by all means search on Meta and reach out to AFCOM. Because if you send even an email to say, I want to do this, how do I go about it too? That is great, but by all means, everything is on Meta, so start. And if you have questions too, feel free to reach out to.
Yeah, maybe before you come in there, Geoffrey, just to summarize, when we're looking at the affiliates, right? How many groupings do we have?
Okay, so I think we have a total of 186 affiliates, and I think the thematic organizations are just about two. Chapters, I want to believe about 40 or so. And then the rest will be 145 user groups as well. So those are some of the.
And I think it's good we have Liv here from the communications team. So maybe that's some of the information the content creators can help digest for people, like what is even a chapter, what is a user group,
what is a thematic group,
what is a thematic group, how do you get started?
Even I get confused when I first joined. I'm like, there's all these different groups, and they all kind of do similar things.
Exactly.
I think social, it would be cool to break it down for people.
Exactly.
It is a thematic group, confined within a particular country, or is it, all of that can help people.
That would be great.
All right. So I think that's it from our session. I want to thank our online speakers, but also the participants who are online and joining us. Please do continue enjoying the conference. We still have several days of the conference to go, and enjoy the talks, the connections we're making, and see you at the next session.
Can I even ask before you close there?
Yes.
Is it possible to have a permanent podcast like this for the movement? I don't know if they are. I heard. I mean, this is a nice place to just talk about.
Yes.
Rather than this is our meta. Another meta. She was talking about social media. I think it would be great to have something like this.
Yeah, that's a good one, Bobby.
Cool.
Yeah. Let's form a podcast, a permanent one. Where we can talk about these things, but we can host a different person and
Bringing people together.
Bring people together,
I think that's right.
Anyway. Well, thank you so much, everyone, and yeah, see you next.
Hello everyone, I am Gauri Gupta, software engineer, a core working group member of Indic Media Wiki Developer User Group. Over the past few years, I have been actively contributing to Wikimedia technical ecosystem through software development, community program, and technical mentorship. I have also organized Wiki Science Competition 2026, and today I am excited to share WikiEval, an end-to-end contest management platform built specifically for Wikimedia article contests. Our goal is to make contest management easier, more transparent, and scalable for Wikimedia communities. Before looking at the interface, let's understand what WikiEval actually solves. Today, many Wikimedia contests require organizers to manually validate article, contest score, coordinate with jury members, track submissions, and publish results. As contests grow larger, this process becomes increasingly difficult, and WikiEval automate many of these repetitive tasks while still giving organizers full control over their contest configuration. Some key benefits include reducing the manual effort through automation, supporting contests with hundreds and even thousands of participants, flexible scoring system for different contest format, separate interface for organizers, jury member and participants, transparent dashboard and real-time leaderboard, separate interface for organizers, jury members and participants. Now, let's see what are the capabilities available in this platform. These are the core modules that make up WikiEval. Instead of just being a scoring tool, WikiEval manages the complete contest lifecycle. Contest creation. Organizers can create contests with custom rule, timeline, eligibility criteria, and scoring system. Role-based access. Different users have different responsibility. Organizer, jury member, participant, super admin each have their dedicated permission and interfaces. Submission validation. The system automatically validates submission based on configurable rules such as article size, reference, template, and other contest requirements. Multiple scoring system. Different Wikimedia contests follow different evaluation method. WikiEval supports simple scoring, parameter-based scoring, and automated scoring, depending on the contest requirement. Jury dashboard. Jury members receive a dedicated workspace where they can review, score, and provide feedback efficiently. Leaderboard. Scores are automatically aggregated to generate transparent leaderboards and ranking. Dashboard. Participants and organizers can monitor contest progress through a real-time dashboard. OAuth authentication. Authentication is integrated with Wikimedia OAuth, allowing contributors to use their Wikimedia account without creating separate login. Now that we have seen the major building blocks, let's walk through the complete contest workflow. This diagram shows the complete journey of a contest from start to finish. The organizer create a contest by defining rule, timeline, and scoring configurations. Once published, the contest become available for all the participants. Participants can submit eligible Wikimedia or Wikipedia articles. Wiki will automatically perform validation based on the configured rule. As a primary validation, valid submissions are assigned to jury members for review. Jury members evaluate that article using their selected scoring methodology. This platform calculates the score and generates the participants' feedback. Finally, the leaderboard and dashboard display contest progress and ranking in the real time. So that's all workflow. So instead of just talking about it, let's switch to the live system and see these features in action. So this is the interface of WikiEval tool. WikiEval tool is previously known as Wiki Contest tool, and now it is renamed as WikiEval tool to add more value to the purpose for which this tool is made. So you have to just go to login and authenticate yourself with Wikimedia OAuth. Once you get login, you can see there are three tabs: Home tab, Contest tab, and Dashboard tab. So you have to click on Contest tab and click on the Create Contest button. And here is the form to create your contest. The first input is contest name. Here you have to put your contest or editathon name you are planning to do. And the second one is the project name. Here you have to put Wikimedia project name on which your contest is ongoing. So you have to either put Wikipedia, Wiki data, Wiki source, any of those. And the third one is the description. You have to describe what your contest is. And the fourth one is the contest rule. Here you have to define all the contest rule that you are planning to add in your contest. And the fourth one is allowed submission time. Here we have three kind of options. The first one is new article only. Here only new article created by participant is accepted. And the second one is improved article only. Here the article which are already created but they need some improvement are accepted. And in the both option, both new and improved article both are accepted. Next, we have start and end date of the contest, and then we have scoring system configuration. Here we have three kind of scoring system: simple scoring, multi-parameter scoring, and automated scoring. In simple scoring, jury will assign a single score for each submission, point for accepted submission and rejected submission. Then we have multi-parameter scoring. In this, jury will score submission on multiple parameters with weighted calculation. Here is also maximum or minimum score. Then there are some set of parameters which define how the article is evaluated. So in the first column, you can see the parameter's name. In the second column, you can see the weighted of each parameters. And in the third column, you can see the description of this column. So for now, we have put 4 static, but it is flexible. You can add as many as parameters you want to do. So right now, I will add one more parameter. You can add any kind of description. It is optional. So this is how parameter scoring is configured. Then we have automated scoring. So in the automated scoring, article will be automatically evaluated and scored based on the eligibility criteria and article metrics. So there is some eligibility criteria that article should meet. So the first one is minimum edits. There should be 100 minimum edits. There should be 3 minimum outgoing link. Then there are some evaluation criteria. Points are awarded for each matrix when calculating the final score. So there are points per accepted, points per byte, points per incoming link, points per outgoing link, points per category, and as so on. So all these things are in the automated scoring system. Moving on, let's create a multi-parameter scoring and then we can create automated scoring system. Now, in any contest or editathon, there are more than one organizer, so we can add as many as organizer we want in our contest. Here you can see, but right now I didn't want multiple organizers, so I just left it. And then the same, we can search jury members all over the Wikimedia and we can add them or invite them as a part of jury for our contest. Then we have minimum byte counts. So in minimum byte count, article must have at least these many byte count. Then we have minimum reference count. So article must have at least these many references in their article. Then we have some optional categories as well. The first one is category URL. So in this, you have to put your Wikipedia article category so that if you provide article must belong to all these categories. Then contest template. So if you set the template, it will automatically add to the submitted article that don't have already those templates which you want to be added in those articles. Then we have outreach dashboard. In outreach dashboard, you can get all the stats or information around the contest. So these are some optional. I'm keeping it blank for now. Then I click on create contest. And here our contest is created and it's listed over here in the contest tab. Now I'll show you how participant will see WikiEval tool. So once the organizer create the contest, then the participant will logged into their platform and go to contest tab. They can see the list of the contests that are active right now. So there are 3 tabs over the contest interface. There is the current, upcoming, and past. So So all the current or active editathons or contests are listed up over here. Now, once you have done with the setting up your contest will appear in the contest tab like this. So this is the contest which we have created, and this is the overview of the contest which we have created. There is all the contest details over here. As you can see, we have put multiple parameters. So the multiple parameter scoring contest will look like this. So the participant have overall all the idea about the parameters we are using in this contest, and then there is everything which we are putting, and then you can also edit your contest. For me, if I want to add test edit, now there is a leaderboard. When you click on leaderboard, the leaderboard is like this. Once the participant will add or submit, and we have some data around this particular contest, it will appear over here. Then we can delete contest. As you can see, there is test edit. You can edit any of those inputs which you want to edit over here. Once you click on save changes, it will save it. Now I'll show you, once you have created the contest, how participant will look there. You can click any of those. If you want to participate in that, just click. You can read all the details over here, and you can also see the leaderboard. Now you can click on submit article. Once you click on submit article, this interface will open up, and just simply put the article URL you have created. So I'm putting this, and then there are some automatic validation. These validation are a kind of pre-validation. So these will run and check either the article URL is valid, the byte count which we put in our contest is fulfilled or not, the reference count that we mentioned in our contest is fulfilled or not, as you can see here. And once you click on submit article, it will start the submission process. And once it is done, the role of participant is over here in terms of submitting an article. And once the article is submitted, it will show as article is submitted. And on the leaderboard, you can see that you have one submission. In the leaderboard tab, you can see the real-time stats of the contest. So this is the participants view. Now we'll go to the jury view, how jury will review the editons. So consider yourself as a jury for any contest. You have to just go to your username. Over there, you can see jury dashboard. Click on jury dashboard. In the jury dashboard, you can see a list of all the contests that are assigned to you. You have to just click on the review button, and you are here with the interface of the particular contest. Now, when you scroll down, you can see the article or the submissions. Now, in this row, you can see article title, author name, submitted by status. Now, you have to just click on the article title, and the review page will open up. Once the article will get load, you can see the article here. Now, you just click on the review submission button, and there will appear review submission form. When you click on accept, as we did multiple parameter scoring, so this interface will look like this. And now we have to just give the marks based on the article, and we can just drag this back, and the marks is automatically calculated. Now, in this, you can see how the overall marks is calculated in multiple parameter scoring. Now, you can also provide overall feedback, and once you click on submit review, it will get submitted. As well as if you want to reject this article because of any reason, you have to just click on the reject button, and it will score 0 marks to the article or the participant. And once I click on submit review, it is submitted and it is reflected real time here in here as well as in leaderboard. So this is the leaderboard of this particular contest. You can see here the participant name, the number of submission done by the particular participant, the total marks gained by that particular participant, how many article of that particular participant is review, or how many article are pending. You can see all of these things here. Now, once the jury member will review the article, let's see how participant will see their score and feedback. The participant will come over here, they will go to dashboard. They can see their recent submission, their contest scores, their participated contest, and then they can click on view feedback and the feedback modal will open and they can see the review status is accepted. Then the marks awarded to their article is 7 points. They can see on which parameters how much score they can get, and they can also see the jury comment over here. So they can close it. Now let's see how automated contest will be created. I'm putting the start date as 22, and now when I click on automated scoring, it will appear like this, and you can edit any of these detail. You can add any of these detail, any value to this thing. I'm giving this. You can add remember over here and all these things like this. And once you click on create, the article is get created and you can see the article over here. Now it will appear like this so that the participant would understand their accepted point is 10, how much point they get from per byte. On incoming link, they'll get 2 points. For outgoing link, they can get 3 points for per outgoing link, as like this. Then for categories, new reference, reuse reference, info box, from all of these things. And then participant can submit their article and the jury will review. Then the jury review process is as same as in the multiple parameter and simple scoring. See how automated contest will judge. So we are on the jury interface and we can click on this automated. Here we have one pending submission. We can click on this and this will open like this. Now, when we click on review submission, the review submission model will open and the system will itself decide the marks. If you select accept and reject, it will by default give it 0 or the rejected marks which you configured in the contest. So I'll click on accept. Now you can see the system will give it 5 marks based on the quality of the article. And now as jury, I'll put some comment and I submit it. So this is how the Wiki Eval tool works, and there is an end-to-end management from from creating the contest to judging the contest and showing feedback or review in front of the participants. Right now, the Wiki Eval tool is in its beta phase. It is already deployed and live in front of Wikimedia community. We get some feedback, and right now it is in his beta phase, and it will live by mid of August. And we would love if you would try this Wikieval tool. You'll use this Wikieval tool in your community editathons and contests. So yeah, thank you so much for giving me this platform to show my tool. Thank you.